Not yet. It is good job. The SAP is
My Lady, I call case number 1619 of 2024, inquest in respect of Matthew Boniwe and three other.
Mr. Skuman, are you ready to kick off with the question? Oh,
My lady, I'm back this week, and the arrangement subject to your ladyship's approval is that I will start with the examination of Mr. Kalata.
welcome back, Mr. Silia.
Thank you.
You are reminded that you had taken an oath last week. You're still bound by that oath, Mr. Kalata.
Duly noted, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Silia.
Thank you. Mr. Kalata, I want to commence in my questioning by referring you to paragraph 6 of your statement. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do, sir.
And let me put it to you, Mr. Kalata, and inform you that my questioning, you should not perceive it as an attack on you or your credibility. It's just to put a perspective or to understand and get a proper perspective of your evidence and where does it fit in to the bigger picture of facts that will be portrayed to a ladyship in order to come to a proper decision and draw the proper inferences from the factual issues before her.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now, if we have regard to paragraph 6 of your statement, you say the facts deposed to in this affidavit fall within my personal knowledge or are contained in documents and records to which I have access, save where contrary is expressly stated. Now, that is quite a normal rider built into any affidavit deposed to by lawyers. And correctly so. I'm not criticizing you for that. But what I would like to understand and maybe get properly on record is the following. Will I be correct if I understand the position to be that as far as the facts relating to the leading onto the tragic event that forms the subject matter of the investigation by this court and the murders itself, you actually have absolutely no personal knowledge? Will I be understanding?
No, of course
Will you accept that?
I was 3 years old when my father was killed. Yeah.
Yes. That is the objective fact. So insofar as you have personal knowledge that you convey to the Honourable Court, it actually relates to facts and issues emanating long after the tragic murder of inter alia your father.
Well, it mostly relates to documents. Documents before, and obviously documents that I was been able to read and peruse after the murders. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in that sense, if I understand your statement and your evidence correct, because what I can assure you, although I wasn't here on Thursday and Friday, I had there's recordings technology assist these days, and I had the opportunity to have full regard to the video material of your evidence. So I'm fully aware of your evidence. But what I see then in paragraph 5 of your statement, you say my lawyers identified some 49 persons who were associated in some form or another with the Cradock Four murders. And that makes sense, but what you convey to the Honourable Court is that in the compiling of your statement and your evidence, you were assisted by a team of lawyers to search for relevant documentation and records to include in your statement and evidence to put before her ladyship. That's the objective factual position.
Yes, so I just want you to take into consideration that prior to working with the lawyers, I had the opportunity to write a book.
Yes.
And as part of that process, I was able to ascertain documents on my own as well. So by the time that I started working with the lawyers, I had my own set of documents, and then obviously lawyers were able to have access to more sets of documents. And yes, but
so it is clear that you did an extensive research prior to the legal team getting involved.
Yes,
We know now how the legal team got involved.
yes.
You did your own private extensive investigation into the
Please
situation.
refrain from shining that light on, sir, please, if you may. Thank you very much. Yes, carry on, Mr. Silly. I'm sorry about that.
Nothing turns on that. I just want to fully understand the context of your evidence. Now, will I be correct if I understand that with reference to the relevant issue, and just that you understand what I mean by relevant issue, are the facts and circumstances leading on to the murders and the murders itself. Subsequent events, at this stage I'll deal with that separately, but at this stage I'm not including that. I'm only referring to and will concentrate on the facts leading on to, that includes planning, etc., of the murders and the murders itself.
All right.
And maybe shortly thereafter attempts to conceal the murders. Now, in that regard, it appears to me that your statement and evidence are basically an attempt to draw the Honourable Court's attention to the existence and availability of a variety of documents and records that deals with or dealt previously with investigations into the relevant issue, the leading on and the committing of the murders.
A large number of those documents, yes, they try to sketch a picture of some of the actions and some of the events in the lead up, the actual murders themselves, and then in the short period following that. Yeah.
In that sense, and I don't mean it in any derogative manner, in that sense, insofar as relevant and or admissible, it will actually be better for this court to evaluate those records herself rather than to rely on your interpretations and inferences drawn from the relevant documentation.
Well, I thought that was what the court was going to do anyway.
I have no doubt that's what the court will do.
Yeah.
But you agree with me, to a large extent, your evidence was in fact a way of drawing the court's attention to the existence and availability of such documentation and records. It's for the court itself, or herself then, to have regard to those documentation and records, evaluate it and decide on admissibility issues and interpretation issues.
Yes, sir. That's why we're here, because if it was up to me, everybody would be guilty. Well, everybody that had anything to do with my father's murder would be guilty, but that's why we're here.
Yeah.
My role is obviously to draw the court's attention to information that I believe is critical, so that the court can then reach its own conclusion based on evidence, the facts before, what you're likely to then put before the court, and then obviously the court makes its own decision. But yeah.
Yeah, in fairness to you, not only you use the word critical, but you also wish to inform the court and make the court aware of the availability of such records.
Yes, yes.
But you are clearly, if I look at your background, you're not a lawyer, so as far as interpretation is concerned, and as far as decisions on relevance, admissibility, etc., the court will clearly be in not only a better position, but clearly the correct position to evaluate that.
Yes, of course.
Now, apart from then drawing the court's attention to the availability of these documents that you regard as important, critical, you used the word critical, you also in your statement provided some interpretation of documents, drawing inferences, etc., as part of your statement and your evidence.
Drawing inferences would be putting two and two together. Is that what you mean?
I think that is a layman's
Yes.
definition of drawing an inference, yes?
Yes, yes. No, of course, yeah, of course, because as part of the evidence, I mean, that's how I interpret it.
For instance, I can refer you to paragraph 140 of your statement, just to illustrate the point. You don't have to spend time on that, because you properly, basically conceded that obvious fact. You said in paragraph 140, in my view, the words that they, as a matter of urgency, be permanently removed, etc., etc. So there you express your views after reading a particular document.
Yes.
You put two and two together in your mind.
Yes. Based on the meaning of the words.
Yes.
Yes.
But obviously that is an issue that the court is and will be in a better position to do so, being a trained lawyer.
Yes.
Paragraph 145.5 is also a good example, maybe. You say there, if the murders were in fact a private frolic of various police officers, and then you argue, basically, you put two and two together in order to express then the view or the opinion that you don't believe it was a frolic of their own, for the reasons set out in paragraph 145 and maybe further paragraphs further down the statement.
Yeah. If I may explain, sir. So, or maybe I'm just naive in the sense that I don't believe that this is what people do on their private frolics, and unless I don't know, obviously, what people do it. But for me, in my own words, a private frolic would be me and my friends going out on a Friday night to go and have a good time. That sounds like a private frolic. But to actually plan a murder, kill someone, and I'm not sure if you went with us last week, in terms of where we went, where the spot where they were stopped, the spot where they were eventually killed, the spot where the car was found, and all of those kinds of things. If that's a private frolic, then it just means that we grow up in very different worlds. So no, I don't believe it was a private frolic because for obvious reasons.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. I just want to actually have recorded the perspective of your evidence.
Okay.
So it is not that at this stage, don't understand my questioning to be disputing
Okay.
the aspects of your evidence. I just want to, for purposes of later on, assisting the Honourable Court in evaluating the material put before the court, and we will do it with each witness, to put each witness and every piece of evidential material put before the court, we want to evaluate and put it in its proper perspective before the court. That's what I'm busy with.
No, I understand.
You see, there are rules in legal proceedings relating to relevance, admissibility, etc. But I'm not going to waste the court's time by taking issue with you on those issues. Those are matters for argument. I just want to have the facts before the court in order to enable the parties subsequently to properly address the court on those issues.
No, for sure.
Now the records inter alia include extracts that you provided from and summaries that you provided in your statement of, for instance, the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. You must just answer aloud.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Josh. Yes.
It also include references, extracts and summaries of witness statements and or testimony by witnesses before the Amnesty Committee, for instance.
Yes.
I couldn't establish from your evidence, but were you present when, for instance, the Truth Commission heard all the evidence relating to the Cradock Four proceedings?
I was in high school, sir, so
Were you still in school at that stage?
Yeah.
Oh yes, you were about, what, 13, 14?
13, 14, yes.
I'm sure you will not disagree with the following understanding that I have of the evidential material that you refer the court to, and I'm not criticizing you for drawing the court's attention to the evidential material. I may say I don't think it was necessary to do it by way of witness. It could have been put before court by your legal representatives by just a representation, but be it as it may. But in having regard to the previous findings of other tribunals after an investigation of these tragic events, we obviously have to have regard to the objective fact, and you dealt with it in your statement and your evidence. You referred to it as the smokescreen issue. You are aware of the fact that witnesses, potential witnesses who provided explanations to previous tribunals obviously had an agenda of their own.
Mhm.
Am I correct?
Yes.
And in that regard, you've dealt with it, and I think it was under the heading smokescreen. Let me just see whether I can quickly find the paragraph.
That would be page 48 and 49.
Yes. Now, basically, what you convey. Are you comfortable?
No,
Mr.
I'm good.
Brown?
I'm good.
You're
Thank
fine.
you.
What you convey, in maybe a nutshell, a small, brief summary, is that the people who were involved in the leading on to the planning and the execution and the murders itself, obviously they were, from the beginning, if I understand your evidence correct and your statement correct, they were busy as from the start to create, via documents and versions, already defenses for themselves, should they need to defend themselves in subsequent legal proceedings.
Yes, that, Judge, I'm sure you would recall I had obviously made reference to a document that my legal team did eventually, I think, produce before the court, where there was a security document that was marked top secret. And in that document, it was written in Afrikaans, where they said that security action, must veiligheidsaksie moet op so 'n manier gehandhaaf word. Right? Dit moet op so 'n manier gehandhaaf word dat hulle self kan verdedig, nie net verdedig nie, maar suksesvol wees met hulle verdediging. Which means that security action must be managed in such a way so that they not only defend themselves, but they do so successfully in court. It was a document. These aren't my words, sir. Yeah. This is obviously something that I found in a document that related to the murders of my father. I don't know what else to say.
No, and again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think the record speaks
Yes.
for itself in this regard. You, for instance, said in paragraph 145.1 that this paperwork was likely generated as a smokescreen to mask the real plan to eliminate the four. That is what you meant by that sentence.
Yes, because informed obviously by my understanding of what it meant for them to be able to defend themselves successfully in court, yes.
And unfortunately, I suppose, that sentiment that you express is not only true to the Cradock Four situation, it is probably true to all sorts of offences, not only in the old regime's perpetration of offences, but also in what we see today in the political arena relating to corruption, etc., etc. That's unfortunately, it appears to me, the way that people with influence operate.
I wish I could say that I agree with you, but I can't, because in this instance, I can only speak specifically on the Cradock format. You know, it would be nice if I could say, well, maybe that's, you know, that's how a previous president reacted, but in this instance, I can only speak about
100%.
With
And we're
relation-
only here for the Cradock
Ye-
Four, so let's not
yeah.
move outside the ambit of what the ladyship is busy with in the present proceedings.
Yes, yes.
For instance, in paragraph 145.3, you say, in his amnesty testimony, Captain Jaap van Jaarsveld, you gave the references, disclosed how the apartheid state security apparatus often used disinformation and propaganda to create smokescreens to disguise what was really happening.
Yes.
That's a further summary of what you understand what happened in prior years.
Yes, pretty much.
Of course, the difficulty that we will have and that will face this honourable court is that basically everybody involved fell within that category of persons creating versions and documents to defend themselves if necessary.
If necessary, of course. But my thing is that if you're an employee and you're doing what you're supposed to, why would you need to defend yourself? I work as a journalist today, right? And I go to work with the intentions to do the best job that I can. I make decisions sometimes that have got real life consequences on people. Because I mean, you know, we lead in a newsroom, so if we report a story inaccurately or in a manner that may pose real significant harm to people, but the idea is not for me to act in a manner that says no, I must defend myself or I must take decisions so that I must defend myself. Because I know my job, I go there and I do it with the best intentions to do it well as I can. I don't have to worry about defending myself in court because I'm acting from a place of good intentions. I'm acting from a place in which I seek to build rather than destroy. So in the back of my mind, I don't have to consider defending myself in court. So if people then behave in a way where at the back of their minds they're considering things that they need to do so that they defend themselves in court, it's clearly because they're doing things that are wrong or that they at least know are illegal.
I suppose that will hold true if you're busy with legal activities, but if you're involved, whether officially so or in a frolic of your own, if you're involved in unlawful conduct, very serious unlawful conduct, then obviously you will be involved in what you say here, creating and generating versions and documents to enable you to successfully defend you if necessary in subsequent legal proceedings.
Yes, sir, we agree on that.
And maybe just because you referred to paragraph 145.3 to this person, Jaap van Jaarsveld. Of course, he was also, like many others, part of that system that we're talking about.
Yes.
And probably also involved in this creation of documentation and false versions to defend himself and or other perpetrators should it be necessary.
Probably. I can't say that for certain, but probably,
Yeah,
yes.
probably.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know what went on in his mind, but probably so.
Yes.
And a big part, I suppose, of this strategy on a logic basis would be in this generation of a smokescreen, as you referred to it, would be to be able to blame other people for unlawful activity.
Yes, that's usually the purpose, I believe, of a smokescreen, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you
It
want to.
happened, if I understand your version correct, they tried, if I read your version, to put the blame on Azapo.
Yes.
A further practical situation that we are confronted with in the present investigation is, of course, that we have then proof of the fact that all these people who were involved in these murders and the planning thereof and the concealment thereof, in fact, fall in this category. If we look at the first inquest, there it appears then, if I understand your statement correct and your evidence correct, they actually succeeded in misleading the regional court magistrate in the first inquest.
Well, they succeeded in doing what they had set out to do, obviously, which was to defend themselves successfully in court.
That's
And then obviously the magistrate believed their version of events and therefore then returned a finding that, well, no one could be blamed for the murders of the Cradock Four, yes.
Well, in fairness to the magistrate, it needn't even go as far as that he believed him because of the burden of proof. I think, in fairness, what the magistrate then actually found, if you look at his findings, was that there was no prima facie evidence or sufficient evidence to make a contrary finding. And that holds true to a large extent to the second inquest presided by the Honourable Zitzman JP as well.
Yes, yes, sir. I mean, we can make that argument, but it's also fair to be fair that the first inquest was conducted entirely in Afrikaans against my mother, and the other mothers were never offered an opportunity in any way whatsoever to be able to make statements in that. Secondly, also, these were courts in apartheid South Africa. It was a completely different time, where it was clear that there were 4 people that were murdered, but then the court says that no one could be blamed for that, right? So we have to, again, we can't take it out of context. This was under apartheid. This was under apartheid, and that counts for a lot. We don't know magistrate, and I don't want to bring him, but we don't know what his relationship was to any of those.
I don't
people.
want to defend him, and I think where you may be a little bit, or you are wrong, is I don't understand his finding to be that no one can be blamed. I think his finding should be interpreted on the basis that he could not make a positive finding who were to be blamed.
Using the word unknown persons, I think. In both
Unknown
Yes.
person. So in that sense, with respect, and I'm not here to defend the magistrate, I can't even remember his name, but
Yes.
I'm just, for record purposes, think it should be put properly on record. He couldn't, in fact, there was no doubt, I'm sure, in his mind that unlawful activity led to the tragic death of the 4 people. But he couldn't identify them. He
No.
referred to the perpetrators as unknown people.
Yes.
Now, and in practical terms, in our legal system, we only have basically one method to try and get to the truth in a court, and that's for the court to evaluate the specific people, their demeanor in the witness box, compare it, cross-examination, etc., then to come to a conclusion whether a person was in fact telling the truth or not.
Yes.
And to some extent, I interpret your quite material criticism against the present government that by allowing the lapse of 30 years after taking over, they didn't take any effective measures to bring the case to court in order to enable a court to evaluate that aspect.
Yes.
That's your main criticism against the present system.
Yes, against the present government, yes, because the premise of a constitutional democracy, it has to be built on certain pillars, right? And justice is one of the pillars upon which you're actually then supposed to build a society. Because everybody in that society has to know right from wrong. They have to know that when you do something wrong, you will be held accountable, right? Now, it is clear, it is clear that my father and his comrades were assassinated by agents of the apartheid security forces, right? And yes, I understand that you have a job to do and that you have to try and defend your clients. I get that completely. But it was clear that they were killed. So as part of then building this new South Africa, this constitutional democracy, where justice was, where we were treated unjustly, where there were crimes committed against our humanity. If you look at the state in which my father's body was found, that was a clear crime against his humanity, completely. What the African National Congress failed to do was to then set in place measures to be able to hold people accountable for what they did under apartheid. Today we're sitting with a society that's quite lawless, completely lawless. Why? Because at the start of this democracy, we did not put in the proper processes to tell the rest of society that you will be held accountable for things that you've either done wrong or things that you are doing wrong. And that's all I am really upset about, because our fathers were brutalized by a system that was unjust against us, that committed crimes against our humanity. But then the governments of the African National Congress never vindicated our rights to say, but the color of our skin does not mean anything. If a crime has been committed, somebody has to be held accountable for that.
But you must understand, Mr. Kalata, I'm not here to, and I don't think the inquiry includes, that the leadership has to do, includes criticizing either the ANC or the political or the justice system of today, or the police, etc. The duty of this honourable court is actually limited to what was specifically provided for in Section 16 of the Inquest Act. So don't see my question. I didn't interrupt you because I want to give you the full opportunity to express your views. But I'm not here to criticize the justice system under the present government. And I am not here to defend the police of 1985 or previously. In fact, you may be aware of the fact that I only hold instructions for 3 individuals. So I am definitely not here to defend. It's not part of my mandate and instructions to defend the police of the 80s. That is for the court to make decisions. As far as I know, the police, in fact, have their own legal representative in court at this stage. So just bear that in mind.
I do, sir. Thank you for that.
All I'm interested in to emphasize before a ladyship, or to record it before a ladyship, is the fact, the objective fact, or facts, are because of the delay. Actually, all those people who from the records that you presented, referred to, all of them, apart from maybe one, and I'm not going to mention names, have passed away now. And that's part of your complaint.
Yes.
So the court will never be in a position now to have those people in front of the court in order to evaluate their credibility, their reliability, hear their versions, and make a decision or come to conclusions as to what is to be believed and what not.
But the court doesn't operate in a vacuum either, sir. That they, as my statement points out, that we've got documents, testimonies from the TRC, from the second inquest, the Neville Zitzman inquest, as well as from the first inquest led by Magistrate De Beer. So it's not as if, the court operates outside of that context, and that, yes, while these, I suppose, persons of interest may not necessarily be here, but we do have their testimonies, words from their own mouths in some instances, from other matters related, such as the TRC.
That may be so, and I don't want to overemphasize it. I've learned a long time ago, repetition doesn't strengthen arguments and or facts. But obviously you have to bear in the back of your mind the fact that those people, the words from their own mouths, must be seen and understood against the background of the smokescreen aspect that we already dealt with.
No, sure. No, I get that.
And the only safeguard in that regard was now taken away from the court because of the long delay.
Yes.
The personal evaluation of a person in the witness box. That opportunity a court will never have.
Yes. Unfortunately.
Will I be correct and tell me if you think I'm unfair? Express your view. If I say or understand the position to be that apart from putting evidential material before the court in the sense of referring, identifying, and referring the court to records and documents, your evidence does not, and I say it with respect to you and not in a demeaning manner, does not really contribute in any way to come to the truth of the matter. Because you have no personal knowledge, you have no fact that you can personally depose to assist the ladyship. Will I be unfair?
Yeah, you are being unfair.
Well, tell me as a last aspect of my examination, in what sense can your personal knowledge, and I emphasize again personal knowledge, can that contribute to assist the ladyship to come to a conclusion relevant to these proceedings with reference to Section 16 of the Inquest Act?
So yes, I wasn't there. I wasn't. But the evidence that I have presented to this court, Judge, is based on these records that we've already established from the TRC, the first as well as the second inquests. Now, unless those things don't matter and those aren't considered as fact, then surely, I mean, I wasn't there. Like I said, I was 3 years old when my father was killed. But I would imagine that the evidence presented in all of these other inquests, as well as the Amnesty Commission, that those are fact, unless we're saying that all of that was nonsense.
Sorry to interrupt you, but rest assured, I'm not saying those aspects are issues that's not before court and that the court will evaluate insofar as the court find it to be relevant and admissible.
Yes.
I'm emphasizing now your personal knowledge and your personal contribution actually, to a large extent, we've dealt with this. You were only 3 years old,
Yes.
so you have no idea of what transpired. You were not even present in the examinations previously because you were still a schoolboy.
Yes.
And again, I emphasize that I'm not suggesting that those records are inadmissible. I may argue that in the end we will see how it transpired and what the full extent of evidence before a ladyship will be. But at this stage, and just in fairness to you, it appears to me, I put to you, that your evidence relating to your personal knowledge does not really contribute to the solution and or coming behind the truth of what really happened, who gave instructions, who was really involved in the planning and or committing of the murders. I'm not saying there are not evidential material that a court can make findings on. I'm just referring to your personal involvement and or knowledge.
So I get that, and it's a fair point that you make. But if I was invited to the meeting of the State Security Council, I would be able to tell you personally what had happened. But because I was not invited to that meeting, I now have evidence of the meeting. I have got the minutes of that meeting. So therefore, the evidence that I am then putting before the court is based on the minutes of those meetings. You're right to say that I wasn't there. I wasn't, because I wasn't invited. But if I was, I would then be here today and to present you personal knowledge to say, but this is what this one said and did. But without that, I can only present documents of what actually transpired. Yes.
My lady, may I just get instructions? I think I've concluded my examination. I have no further questions.
I have no questions, my lady.
No one else from, yes, Mr. Skooman?
To support my lady. Yes, from Mr. de Kock's side as well at this stage, my lady. So with the opportunity we had to go through all the documentation that we were able to go through, I've got no questions for this witness at this stage. However, my lady, there's still approximately about 4,000 pages that we might need to go through. So in that regard, I just reserve the client's rights to, if there's anything possible that comes up later, to call this witness.
Understood. Mr. Vani, any re-examination?
Lady, we have nothing on re-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Kalata. Thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe you should take up the advice that you should take up law. I think that was from Mr. Vani.
I'll apply from tomorrow onwards, Judge.
All right. Yes, Mr. Vani?
Milady, before we call our next witness, Mr. Governor just has a few housekeeping matters he'd like to raise.
Yes, Mr. Governor?
Thank you, Melissa. Milady, just with regards to the index and the exhibits that we intend rounding up, as Mr. Vani indicated on Monday, with the assistance of Mr. Vani's team and especially Mr. Suleiman, we were able to work with the index on Friday and then yesterday evening as well. It is almost complete, my lady. We believe by tomorrow morning we'll have the link ready to be submitted to the parties, and then we will make the hard copies to be handed up as exhibits for your ladyship with regards to that. It's just us getting the numbering correct, which we almost done. And we are, just to place on record, we're very grateful for the assistance that we've received from our learned friends in that regard.
I'm sure they will note that.
Thank you. Milady, then, with regards to the rolling record, just to remind about that we still await that.
Yes, I have made arrangements such that I am informed we have to take the tea adjournment, whether we like it or not, to facilitate the compiling of the running record.
Then, my lady, the last issue is that, as you're aware, at our case management meeting, we had a request from Mr. Sakela regards to the interpretation or the translation of the documents. Specifically, I think it was the Zitzmans and the beer inquest. We would have to obviously go to the court manager or the registrar to have that done. We therefore require a order, my lady, from yourself for that to be done in order for us to approach them and provide them with the record for them to translate it for us and provide it for whichever party requires it.
Okay, it is so ordered that translated versions of the two previous inquests should be procured.
Those are my submission.
Just for the parties to also note, there is an interpreter available should their services be required. Although so far I haven't seen the need for such, I don't think there will be any, but should there be a need, an interpreter is available to assist us. Alrighty then, Mr. Vani.
Thank you, Milady. We might make use of the interpreter for one of our witnesses. Milady, with your leave, I'm just checking the time. I see it's 10 to 11. Does Milady wish to take a tea adjournment now, or should we start with our next witness?
I'm sure 10 minutes we can use fruitfully. Let's see how far we can go.
As the court pleases, and we appreciate that, given that we are, in fact, according to our calculation, 2 witnesses behind schedule. We would dearly love to complete the family witnesses during the course of this week, so I suppose every minute does count. Thank you, Your Lady. Our next witness is Nande Kalata.
Good morning. Please state your full names for the record.
My name's Nande, Lisa Kalata.
You don't have an objection to taking the prescribed oath? You don't have an objection?
No, my lady.
Okay. Please swear that the evidence you're about to give is nothing else but the truth. If so, say so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vani.
As the court pleases. Nande, I hope you are feeling rested this morning.
I did. I tried. Yeah, I tried.
By the way, should you wish to testify whilst seated, you have my permission to do so.
I'll do so, my lady.
So whenever you want to sit, you may do so. And if you need to take a breather, just ask the judge, and I'm sure she will accommodate you.
I'll do so.
Nande, I just want to start your evidence by referring you to earlier statements that you made in this inquest. And I just want to check, do you have all your statements with you, or just your latest statement that you signed recently? Okay. In that case, with the court's indulgence, I'm just going to hand up her previous statements.
Can you take me to those statements in the compiled documents you handed up earlier?
Milady, to save time, we've actually, because they're short statements and there's a short transcript, we've just made copies. May we hand them up with your leave?
Thank you. All the parties are in possession of the statements referred to.
So, Milady, we will make reference to their locations in the current record. The affidavit made by Nande Sheila Lisa Kalata on the 15th of February 1989. It's marked, it has 2 markings. It's A129 and A109. Nande, do you see a copy of that statement? So it's a two-page statement, and on the second page where you signed, it's dated the 15th of February 1989.
Yes.
Do you confirm that is your statement?
Yes.
And then if we move to the next statement, Milady, and this statement is marked A29. It's a statement made by Nande Kalata before the Zietman Commission, the second commission. It's dated 8 September 1992. Nande, can you see a copy of that statement?
I see the copy of the statement, yes.
And do you confirm that that is your statement?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And then finally, we have a copy of the transcript before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The lady is marked A32. And it's a transcript of Nande Kalata's evidence before the Human Rights Violations Committee of the TRC on the 16th of April 1996. And then finally, Nande, if I can refer you to your most recent statement. That was taken from you on the 26th of May 2025. So that's the statement that the attorneys took from you just a few weeks back. Milady, if memory serves me correctly, that statement is currently marked F2 of the record.
Yes.
And you confirm that that is your statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Vani, I have no doubt that you've been dealing with the witness for a long time. You have a relationship, working relationship, but it doesn't sit very well to refer to the witness as Nomonde, rather refer to her as Mrs. Kalata.
Okay.
Especially in a room full of Africans, it doesn't really sit well to refer to an adult woman by first name.
Okay. No, Milady, I was just trying to make her feel comfortable, just in case it got a bit emotional, but I accept that that is the proper way of doing it.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kalata, can you just confirm where you live currently and how old you are?
I live at number 12 Derrick Street and Micholsdal in Cradock. I'm 66 years old.
Can we just turn to dealing with your late husband, Fort Kalata? How would you describe your late husband?
My lady, I grew up with my husband. We met when we were very young. He was a kind person. He was my brother. He was my friend. He was my father. He was the person that I turn to with any problem that I am encountering. Fort, you could see that he's been raised by a good man, by a priest. He loved people around him. He loved me as a friend. He loved me as his partner. He respected me for who am I. He was that type of a person that was well known in the community. like now, in our foundation that we have, there's a young man that is serving in the foundation, very musical. He will tell you each and every time that there's no way that I can forget Uputfort because I am today who I am because of him. My lady, he had always even had nicknames for children. They know him by him calling them beef stock. Now, beef stock is one of the spices that puts flavor in food. That is how much he loved people. In my street where we used to stay before 30 Siabulela, we were the youngest couple in my street. Believe me today when I tell you, my lady, that every person in my street respected my husband because he respected them as young as he was. That is how I can describe him now for now, my lady.
In your statement, you make reference to the fact that his grandfather was a notable personality in South African society.
Yes.
The Reverend Canon James Arthur Kalata. Can you just briefly explain what influence Canon Kalata had on your husband?
Yes, my lady. Canon J.A. had a great influence in my husband because he sort of adopted my husband as his own son. My mother-in-law told me that when her father was in jail in Johannesburg, she gave birth to Fort in 1956. So then my mother-in-law heard that her father is in jail, and she went to visit her father. And she told her father that she just recently gave birth to a baby boy. And this boy was a sickly baby. And J.A. instructed a priest that used to visit him also in prison to baptize the child. And he told the priest that you must name this child Fort. And the priest asked my Fort's grandfather, why Fort? Because of the prison that you are in? And he said, no, not because of the prison that I am in. This child is going to be the fort where people are going to hide behind him, and he will be there. That is why I named him Fort. In my language, or in Xhosa, my lady, wezaba yinqaba yesizwe, where people could hide behind him.
And would you say that in his life that is the role he played?
I would say that is the role that he has played, my Johanna. Sorry, my lady. I would say that is the role that he has played, because even the time when he grew up in being together, Fort was always surrounded by people. He was always surrounded by people, and people loved him.
You mentioned in your statement that even at a young age while at school, he was attempting to take action to protect the community by writing letters Can you give an example?
Yes, I think it was in 1976. It was during June holidays. Ford was home in Cradock. As I have already indicated, we met when we were very young, so we were always together. So Ford observed the situation in the township about the bucket systems, about the dusty street, dirty streets. Lingalite streets were terrible, with big rocks in the middle of the road. So it was not looking good for him, for people to be in those situations. And then he decided that he is going to write some letters to the municipality and the people responsible to deliver services within the community. So he wrote those letters. And I remember I delivered the letters to the specific places where that is like affected by those.
So you go further in your statement that he qualified as a teacher. Can you just describe Fort as a teacher and his relationship with his colleagues and pupils?
Yes, he qualified as a teacher in 1979. He taught at Timbaza for a while, and in 1980 he came back to Cradock. While teaching in Cradock, Ford observed that some of the learners don't have food, and when they go home during break time at 11, they don't find food at home and come back hungry. So he took a decision where he is going to take from his money and buy food for those learners who doesn't have the means. So from his salary, my lady, he will take a portion and keep money for daily bread, but he will buy peanut butter, jam, rama, oro crush, and sugar. And when the children come back from the break, before he starts teaching them, he will give them some time to be at the back of the class and eat something, because he said he can't teach hungry children. They won't be able to absorb anything.
Can you describe to the court how it was that he came to meet Matthew Ganiwe?
I think in 1983, Matthew started to teach at Semkhali. He came in as a principal at Semkhali Secondary School. And I remember the day when Ford came home, he was so excited. He said, I've got a new principal in my school. I'm so excited. And it seems as if me and him are going to understand each other. Our language is going to, to understand each other. And then I asked him, who is this principal? And then he said, it's Matthew Goniwe. And I didn't know Matthew Goniwe at that time. And he said he's going to come with Matthew Goniwe to introduce him to me, and which he did, my lady. And from that day, he and Matthew became these people that you could never separate from each other.
Okay, can you then take a 15-minute break for tea, for tea for 15 minutes? Yes, Mr. Vane.
As the court pleases. Mrs. Kalata, just before tea time, we were talking about your husband meeting Matthew Ganiwa and his engagement in political activities. Can you advise the court what kinds of political activities was he engaging in, the kinds of organizations he was working with?
My lady, 1983, June, Ford's grandfather, J.A. Kalata, passed away. If I can recall, his funeral was on the 25th of June, because he passed on the 16th of June that year. So the funeral was on the 25th of June. It was like a funeral that I have never seen before, with a lot of people. And I only saw the Freedom Charter or that day, because on his program in the back, the Freedom Charter was like written there. And the organizers of the funeral, if I can recall, it was Ford and Matthew. I don't know how, but they were busy organizing the funeral. It was a funeral where I have seen Archie Gumede of the ANC, Oscar Mpeta, and many, many, many people. The funeral was held like outside. It was not in the church, because we were expecting that, seeing that he is a canon of the church, so the funeral will be held in the church, but it was held on an open field, and there was a lot of people. And from there, my lady, it's where Ford and Matthew started to organize the community of Cradock. But they started in a very good manner, because I remember that Matthew said to Ford that they must start to organize the youth and put discipline within the youth. But if the youth is disciplined, it means that the parents will follow their children. And a specific Sunday at the Church of the Ascension, the hall of the Church of the Ascension, a meeting was arranged, my lady, and Mrs. Nyameka Goniwe, because she was a social worker by profession, they asked her to be the guest speaker at that meeting. And from that meeting, really, the youth was disciplined. The youth was organized. The parents followed their children, my lady. There was in Lingelihle, I just can't describe it, how disciplined was Lingelihle, how united were the people of Lingelihle because of seeing these two men, what they did to their children.
And in your statement, you indicate that because of that activity, both Fort and yourself as well came under some harassment. And in particular, I know that you, in fact, got charged with some kind of offence. Can you indicate what that was about?
My lady, since from that time, we never had arrest from the security branch. But we kept on doing what we were doing. And Ford also kept on what he was doing, same as Matthew. at my house, they will come at any given time, the security police, to come and arrest Ford, to come and harass us in many different ways. I remember after I think Lucanio mentioned that both me and in his statement mentioned both me and his father were not working because I was dismissed from the hospital for the charge that was like on me about the Free Mandela t-shirt. So obviously I was not working, Ford was not working. So I put up a shop in the house so that we can be able to live. The security police will come to my house at any given time to destroy my shop. They will mix the sugar with surf. They will mix the candles, paraffin, and just destroy everything so that I won't be able to have an income, I think. But they did that, my lady, for a long time. But with me having this spirit that I had, I would wake up the following day and fill my shop again. And after 4 days, 5 days, they will come back and destroy it. And I will go and fill it up again. That is what used to happen in my house.
So, Mrs. Kalata, in your statement, you mentioned that at the end of 1983, Fort received a letter from the government notifying him that he was to be removed from the permanent staff at the school, placed on probation for 12 months.
Yes, it was like that.
And as a result, and also because of the same treatment that Matthew Ganiwe was given, they tried to transfer him. The students went on boycott. What was the reaction of the authorities and the police to this widespread protesting?
It was terrible. It was terrible because the children started to protest for their teachers to be reinstated. And the parents were also, my lady, supporting their children, of course. So the parents allowed the children not to go to school because they wanted their teachers back. And the security forces will come to the township and throw tear gas and shoot with rubber bullets and arrest some other students. It was just a chaos because the police, I don't know, did they needed a gap to say that the township is uncontrollable or something like that. But of course, when you provoke a person, the person will fight back. So when they throw tear gas and shoot with rubber bullets, automatically the youth will pick up stones and throw back. But Matthew and Ford had control over those things.
And then what further action did the security police take against your husband and Matthew Ganiwe?
Then, my lady, on the 31st, or 31st, but it was end of March 1984, I remember that evening, we had a generator that we were using to watch television. So at about 10 o'clock, something to 10, we decided to switch off the generator. And Ford went outside and he switched off the generator, and he came in And because he had a problematic shoulder, so he was having treatment for that. So he went to the kitchen and he got his tablets and he drank. When he came into the room, then we heard knock all over at the doors, windows, back door, everywhere. And then I said to Ford, you just keep calm. I'm going to answer the door. And then as I was going towards the door, I said, please knock one place, not all over. And then they started to knock on the front door. And I opened up the front door. Then the police came in. I remember in front of them was a uniformed police. I don't know, what do they call them, with the stick on the hand. So he came in, and then the security branch policeman came in, and it was Mr. Fouchier, I think, and Chris Lebeskaghni, I can't remember. But they came in with a paper, and as they were coming in, said, Mr. Fort Daniel Kalata, we are coming to arrest you under Section 28 of the Informal Security Act, something like that.
Internal Security Act.
In something like that, yes. So they arrested my husband. As they were busy arresting him, then something clicked on me that maybe he's going to be away for a while and he's going to prison. And then I said to him, can you please give him a chance to wear something warm? And then I gave Ford a tracksuit and a jacket. And I asked them also, my lady, please don't handcuff him from behind because he's got this problematic shoulder. But as they approached the gate there by my house, in front of me, they took his arms and, handcuffed him from behind. And for a while, I didn't know where's my husband. And during that period of time, they came, I think, beginning of April, they came to the hospital to inform me that my husband is in Johannesburg prison. And unfortunately, during that same time, I had to go to court because I had this case of the T-shirt. And I was found guilty and being sentenced. And when I went back the following day to the hospital because the lawyers have launched an appeal, yes, my lady. But when I went back to work, despite the appeal, I was dismissed. So I went home and I tried to make some arrangements to go and visit my husband.
And were you able to visit your husband while he was in detention?
I visited my husband in May that year. I went to visit him, I could visit him. But you couldn't go there, my lady, without a permit. The permit was granted to me for the first time, so I went and I visited my husband. But then I went back again to the security officers to apply for a second permit so that I can go and visit my husband, my lady. When I got there, they let me sit as if they are going to give me this permit. And then Mr. Fouchier ordered black police that was also there to bring Matthew Goniwe's file, Fort Kalata's file, Sparrow Mkonto's file, Mulelo's file, and my file. And which he did. He brought the files. But the files were just there in front of him. And while the files were there, he sat there and said to me, do you want to go and visit your husband? And I said, yes, I want to go and visit my husband. And he asked me, does the children miss their father? I said, of course, they do. And then he said, well, I've got sad news for you. You are not going to get the permit to go visit your husband. So, my lady, I went back home, and because the churches were great supporters for us during that time, a lady with the name of Sandy Stewart and Father Dinan arranged that I get on the train so that maybe there will be a way for me when I'm in Johannesburg to be able to go and visit my husband, which I did. And Father Dinan was a white person. And then he said, I'm a priest and I'm white. If you go to the station in my car and we buy you a third-class ticket, which won't have a name on it, like a second-class ticket, then we are going to do that. So that is how I managed to get to Johannesburg. When I got to Johannesburg, my lady, I went to the South African Council of Churches office. It's where they arranged with a lawyer called Priscilla Jana to arrange for a permit for me to be able to go and see my husband.
And you managed to see him on that occasion?
Yes, we went to John Foster Square, me and Priscilla Jana. So they gave me a permit.
So let's...
Okay, the question was whether you managed to see...
Yes, I managed.
your husband
I managed
on
to
that-
see my
on that
husband.
occasion.
Yes, yes, my lady.
Thank you.
So let's fast forward, Mrs. Kalata. You indicate in your statement that eventually, in October 1984, your husband and the others were released.
Yes.
Can you explain what happened in Cradock following the release of your husband and the others?
Oh, well, the community took a decision for a consumer boycott against the white shops in town. It was very successful. That is how Matthew and Fort and Bulelo and my daughter could be released from prison, because the boycott was starting to eat up on the white business in town.
So would you say that, in fact, following their release, the energy in the township, the mass action increased?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. It increased.
And in your statement, you relate to an incident involving the then head of the security branch in Cradock, Eric Winter. Can you explain to the court what happened?
My lady, on the 27th of June 1985, early morning hours, the knock came again to my door. And unfortunately, at that time, Ford was not home. He was in Johannesburg. So Mr. Eric Venter and some other security police came to the house, search as usual, do what they used to do, and eventually he came and sat on my bed. While I was sitting on my bed, he had my dressing table drawer open. And he asked me, where's your husband? And then I said, no, my husband is not here. He's in Johannesburg. He said to me that you can hide your husband from us, but when we get hold of him, he will shoot himself. That was his exact words. And I got worried because Fort was in Joburg. And I was like thinking, what if they got hold of him while in Joburg? What is going to happen? And then I called Fort and I told him what Mr. Venter, Eric Venter said to me. And then Ford, in his calm way, said, "Don't worry, I'm coming home." And I should think a week or two thereafter, Ford came home in June. Yes.
If you can just double check the date. I think you said 27 June 1985. Did you mean 27 May?
He was there 27 May.
Yes.
Bente came 27 May.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And now, Mrs. Kalata, if we can, in fact, turn to the events, the fateful events of 27 June 1985, as you experienced it.
My lady, on the 27th of June, that morning, Ford was to go to PE with Matthew for a meeting that they usually go to. They left that morning of the 27th of June. And I was like supposed to go and see the doctor because it was my date to visit the doctor. That Thursday, I can remember it was a Thursday. And then I went to the doctor, I came back, and I did my duties as usual. But my lady, late that evening, on the 27th of June, I sort of like starting to worry because it's almost 9 o'clock and Ford is not home.
Just before you get to the evening, can you recall approximately the time or when Mr. Ganiwe and your husband and the others left for Port Elizabeth?
Yes, my lady. Usually they will leave about 8:30 in the morning. But that day, they left quite late. I think it was about 10 when they left. And it was like unusual for them to leave that late. It seems as if something was delaying them not to leave early.
All right, then now you can resume the story for later in the day.
My lady, that evening at about 9 o'clock, I become worried. I went outside and I stood on the stoop and I look up the street and down the street because usually at that time the hippos, the vans will be driving up and down in my street. There will be action. But that specific evening, it was so quiet. There was no vans, no hippos, no nothing. It was quiet. And I went back into the house, and because there was a priest that was staying with us for that weekend in the house. So I went and I waked the priest up and said, "Fundis, my husband is not back yet. And usually but by this time he's supposed to be home." And the priest said to me, "Don't worry, ma'am. Maybe they decided to sleep over in PE." I said, "But my husband will tell me if he's going to sleep over." And then the priest said, "Don't worry, ma'am. Maybe they slept by Molly Blackburn." And then I went into my room, my lady. I couldn't sleep. And then the Friday morning, I woke up. The priest prepared himself to go to the church. And I just continued with my daily duties. And late that Friday afternoon, I ordered gas because we're using a gas stove. So they came to deliver the gas. What was strange for me on that Friday afternoon is that the white man who is driving the van to come and deliver the gas, never for one single day that he got off his van and come into my house. It's usually the people that was working for him who used to do that. But that Friday, he got off the van and he came to me, my lady, and he asked me, "Where's your husband?" And that was so strange. I said to him, "No, my husband is not here. He's not home. He's in PE." And then he left. That was very, very, very strange for me. And then later on, my brother-in-law came and he said to me, "Sisi, we are looking for Woodford and Woodmatthew and them. We can't find them. We went to all the police stations, to the mortuaries. We even went into PE, but we can't find them." That is now the Friday, which is the 28th of June.
Can you just indicate your brother-in-law's name?
My brother-in-law's name is Roy Kalata, but unfortunately he's late now.
Please carry on.
And my lady, I dished up for my husband that evening because I had hoped that he's going to come back. I kept his food. And then Saturday morning, because we were not working, so we tried everything to have like means. So we were delivering a herald to the people. So the herald arrived that Saturday morning, and I instructed Dorothy to go and do deliveries to the people who takes newspapers from us. And Dorothy went, and she came back, and because we have to keep one for my husband. So Dorothy came back. When she came back, she said to me, "Mama, look on the paper." And then I said, "What?" And she said, "Matthew's car." And then I said, "Where?" But it was on the front page of the Herald. And she said to me, "Ma, sit down." And then I sat down, and she said, "Look." And when I started to look at car, yeah. And then I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. But deep down in my heart, I had that feeling that they might have, ran away, or they might have escaped, or maybe they have skipped the country. I don't know. Until, my lady, that Saturday afternoon, Ford's friend, a man named John Barley, and his wife, they came to fetch me so that I can be with the other widows, because I was all by myself at my home. And then we drove to the Goniwe home. When I got there by the Goniwe home, because Mrs. Goniwe was a strong person, I trusted her. She's a social worker, she's strong, and she's older than me. When I got at the home, she was crying, my lady. And I cried without knowing why she's crying, because seeing her crying touched me. And I thought it's a big thing if she can cry. And then eventually the elderly people made me to sit down, and I sat down. And at that moment, I think it was Budgili Square, stood up, and he informed us that the body of Stelo Mhlauli and Sparum Konto were found. That was now on the 29th of June. And then it was said, but my lady, still I had hope. Still I had hope that Matthew and Ford are strong people and they're clever. They might have escaped. And it was a Sunday, it was the Monday, the Tuesday. Our lawyer from the Legal Resources Center, Uli Bozelek, came to, to talk to us that afternoon, to me and Mrs. Goniwe. So he was sort of preparing us for the worst, but we didn't want to know about that, my lady. And then he said that we must not have hope that our husbands are still alive. And that day, me and Mrs. Goniwe both jumped at the same time to him to say, no, they are. And immediately after that, priest and some other people came to come and get me now from the house where we were, just opposite Matthew Goniwe's home. Took us home, and they gave us the news that my husband and Matthew's bodies were also found. They're also there. And then my life changed from then. My life really changed.
Shall we give you an opportunity to recover?
It's fine, my lady. What am I going to do? I am 26 years old. I have children. I am pregnant. And my hope is taken away. My friend, my everything is taken away in such a brutal manner. Yeah, that was the turn of my life, my lady.
Mrs. Kalata, you mentioned that you were pregnant at the time.
Yes, I was pregnant.
How many months pregnant?
I was about 7 months pregnant.
With your daughter Tumani.
Yes.
And she was only born after the funeral.
Just 2 weeks after the funeral.
Can we talk about, I know this is painful, but your life after the death? You've already indicated that you are now facing very serious challenges on your own with 2 small kids, a third one about to come.
Yes. My lady, I was still harassed by the security police even after the death of my husband. They still came to destroy my shop. They came with threats that I should be evicted from the house because I am not paying rentals. And everyone in Lingelihle was not paying rent. It was not only me, but they targeted me to pay rent, knowing very well there's no income in my house, and knowing very well that they come to my house at any time. They wish to come and destroy the little shop that I had in my house. And this one specific day, my lady, after Tumani was born, Tumani was not very healthy when she was born. So, and Cradock is a very cold place. And my house at that time was facing the river. It was just an open field. It was like facing the river. And so we used to keep the heater on even mid October, I would say. And during that time, I think it was in the beginning of October, when I was again visited by the police. They came there by the house as usual to come and, destroy and break and do whatever they want to do. And one of them asked me, why is the heater on? Why is the house so hot? Why is the heater on? And then I said, no, because it's cold and my baby is not well. And they said, no, it's not that baby is not well. That baby needs a father. And they started to laugh. And they went out.
So they displayed a real vindictive and callous attitude towards you, notwithstanding your circumstances.
So, yes.
Mrs. Kalata, can we turn to your struggle over many years for truth, justice, and closure? And you mentioned in your statement that you testified at the Truth Commission's very first hearing
Yes.
in East London on the 16th of April 1996. Can you briefly tell the court what you told the Truth Commission on that day?
Yes, my lady, I testified there. At the Truth Commission, I told them about how every day I wished that I could be able to tell my pain and my experience that I had with the security police at my house, and the pain that was caused to me by killing my husband. My lady, at that time, we could not say what we think what may happen or who are responsible for the death of our husbands. So I went to the TRC to be able to tell my story.
So you hadn't received particular answers from the first two inquests, the De Beer and the Zietman inquests, as to who the killers were. But you did learn through the TRC's amnesty process, in
Yes.
fact, who were those killers?
Yes, yes, it's like that. The first inquest was no one to be blamed. And the second inquest, Judge Zietman's finding was that both state security forces are responsible for the murders, though we cannot pinpoint and say who.
And then you describe a very notable meeting with one of the former security branch officers who was part of the operation on the 27th of June 1985. That was Eric Taylor. Can you describe to the court how it was that this meeting happened and what was the purpose of the meeting?
Sorry, what about 1985, Mr. Vani?
Milady, I'm drawing Mrs. Kalata's attention to a meeting she and others had with Eric Taylor, who was part of the operation to eliminate the Cradock Four on the night of 27th June 1985.
Okay.
Perhaps start by saying, how did you get to attend this meeting?
Yes, my lady. Reverend Kondo arranged with us, the families, that we have to go to PE. There's one of the people who have applied for amnesty that wants to talk to us. And then arrangements were made, and then we came to PE at Kabeka Park in Geerkerk. We met there with Dominee Charles Coetzee, and some members of the Goniwe families and Shauli families, and June Creighton and Reverend Pondu as well, and from the Mkonto family as well. We were all represented there. So this man came. I didn't know Taylor from nowhere. And when we got there, I think Reverend Charles wanted to greet. I didn't greet him because I was not sure was it Taylor or who. But at a later stage, Taylor came. And Taylor sat there and he explained how it happened that he has decided to speak to us. He said that he read The Long Walk to Freedom of the former President Nelson Mandela's biography, and he also watched the film Mississippi Burning, and from there he decided that he wants to come and ask for forgiveness for his deeds.
So the circumstances, as I understand it, Mrs. Kalata, is that Eric Taylor had applied for amnesty, but I think I'm right in saying his amnesty hearing had not taken place as yet.
Yes.
So can you then describe to the court your exchanges with Mr. Taylor, questions you asked him, the answers he gave you?
Yes, my lady. I asked Mr. Taylor, after he has admitted that he is the one who killed my husband, I asked Mr. Taylor, how did you kill my husband? He said, he hit my husband with a heavy object behind the neck, and his husband fell. And then they started with the stabbing. I asked him, what was my husband's last words? Because if you are stabbing a person, it's so. He said that my husband was already dead when they started to stab him, which I don't want to believe. And then I asked him, what forced him to kill my husband instead of taking him to jail? What did my husband do that is so terrible that he has to be killed instead of being taken to jail? His answer was, he was just following command. They were commanded to do that. They didn't ask. They just went and they did. I asked him, to whom did you report it after you have killed my husband? He said he reported to Snyman, Harold Snyman. And then I asked, to whom does Harold Snyman report to? And then he said, no, he doesn't know. And I said to him, I don't want to believe that my husband will die like a sheep, because it's only a sheep when it is slaughtered that is really not making a noise. And I don't think he's telling me the truth.
Mrs. Kalata, in your statement, You relate that when you asked Mr. Taylor what your husband's last words were, he responded
Yes,
that Fort had died peacefully.
yes, that is what he said. He said, your husband died peacefully. Yes.
Now, what is your response to that statement, that he died peacefully?
No, he couldn't die peacefully after brutal killing. No, he can't. He can't, because when I heard about the state of my husband's body, it was like these people who killed him hated them. I mean, if a person has already died because of the object, heavy object that you hit him behind the head, why stabbing him? Why burning his body? Why?
Well, on the allegation by Mr. Taylor that he was first rendered unconscious or rendered dead by this heavy blow to the back of the head, we have consulted with the post-mortem report of your late husband. Milady, it's currently at Exhibit C, marked A45 of the current record. There's no suggestion in that post-mortem report of a blunt force injury to the back of the head. If we can just return to what Mr. Taylor said in response to the question, why did you have to kill the Cradock Four? And I recall from our consultation that Mr. Taylor, according to you, Mr. Taylor happened to mention not just the police but the army as well. Can you just remind the court about that?
Yes. He said actually that it was a sort of who got them first between the two of them, the army or the police. And them, as the police, wanted to be first.
Did you get the impression there was some kind of rivalry between the army and the police as to who could get there first?
I have got that impression, yes.
So Mr. Taylor asked for your forgiveness. Were you ready to give him that forgiveness?
Well, my lady, he asked for forgiveness after he has explained his story. And he asked that we must please forgive him for what he did. I could not and will not. Even if he's in this grave today, I will not. Because he robbed me from the love of my husband. He robbed my children from the love of their father. He lied for so many years. He was looking out for the right opportunity of the amnesty hearings so that he can be able to get away with it. So, no, I will not. I did not, and I will not forgive Mr. Taylor for what he did to me. Can I add on?
Yes, go ahead.
My lady, the reason why I feel that I will never forgive him is that I could never had the opportunity to say goodbye to my husband in a proper manner. Even though my husband's coffin was lying there, I could not view my husband to say goodbye for it. I could not do that because of the state of his body. And that is still hurting me till today. My lady, it is hurting me till today that I could not get that opportunity because of him to say goodbye in a proper manner to my husband. It is very, very, very sure.
In fact, you do indicate in your statement that you were asked not to view the body because of its condition.
Yes, because, my lady, I was pregnant as well. You know, in our culture, as black people, that elderly people don't want you to see such things during your pregnancy. So I was not allowed. And the other thing also, I was also not allowed to cry because I mustn't show the enemy my pain. So I couldn't show my pain because the enemy is going to laugh at me when I show my pain. So I couldn't cry for my husband.
Some years later, a prosecutor from the National Prosecuting Authority came to you and made a request. Can you indicate to the court who the prosecutor was, approximately when, and what his request was?
It was, I think, between 2012 and somewhere there. I can't remember the year exactly. But Anton Ackerman was the name of the prosecutor who came to me, my lady. Said that they are busy investigating this case of the Cradock Four murders. So he came to tell me that I should go and open up a murder case at the police station, which I immediately did. But I did it in Cradock because I stay in Cradock. But the police in Cradock told me that Ford was not murdered in Cradock. I have to go to PE. My lady, I'm alone. I'm a mother. And I couldn't go to PE. And I didn't know when I am in PE where to start. So I didn't come to PE to lay a charge of murder.
Did you not think it was a little odd that if the NPA was investigating it, that there would have been a case open already and no need for you to open the case again?
Yes, I thought so. I thought it was a bit odd to do that, but because I wanted the truth, I wanted this case to go ahead, I did as he said.
And in fact, a little earlier, you were approached by a filmmaker and journalist by the name of David Forbes, who wanted your permission to access documents. Can you explain what happened there?
My lady, there was this man, gentleman, who, David Forbes. He's a filmmaker, he's a journalist actually. So David approached me to ask for permission to make a documentary about these four men, of who they were, besides being involved in politics. And then I said to David, it's fine, he can do that. But then he had to go to the NPA to ask for the archives, or to go into the archives of the NPA so that he can get some whatever stories that he was looking for. But he was denied that. So David came back to me again to say the NPA said that he must have an affidavit from me before he can get into these archives. It's fine. David was here to me like today, and then tomorrow I received a call from NPA members saying that they are coming to Cradock to come and speak to me in my home. And then I said, yes, I'm home. My lady, it was hardly 10, 15 minutes that I put the phone down. For people that were phoning me from Port Elizabeth, and from Port Elizabeth to Cradock, it's approximately 2.5 to 3 hours. But they were there within 15 minutes. Okay, I understand, but they explain why they didn't want to tell me that they are already in Cradock, that maybe my phone was tapped or something like that. But they came, my lady, and they told me that I should not give David Forbes permission to go into these archives because there's some material that David is not supposed to see. And one other thing, if I allow David to make the film, David is going to take the film and send it to America, and in America they will make a mockery out of the film. But I want to be honest to you, my lady. When David came back, I made the affidavit because I felt that why, when David went to them and want access to the files, that they don't want, he wants to make a film, and I mean, he came to me first, and the NPA was quiet for a very long time. Quiet. We didn't know what was going on in these cases.
What did you think of the attempt by the NPA to get you to stop David Forbes from accessing the Cradock Four archives?
I started to lose faith in them. It's like, why would these people come to me and stop me not to give David the permission to this file? What are they hiding? What is going on? Why would they come all the way just to come and stop me from doing that?
Now, Mrs. Kalata, you and the other wives and families of the Cradock Four have fought a long battle. I recall that in 2007, you and the other wives went to court to set aside a prosecution policy that, in your view, obstructed prosecutions. And more recently, as your son has testified, in 2021, you again went to court to force finalization of the investigations and a decision in your husband's case.
Yes.
And here we are now, some 40 years down the line, and a third inquest has commenced. How has this long struggle impacted on your life?
Sure. My lady, it's hard. It was very, 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 very hard. Many times I would isolate myself from my children and go into my room and cry there, because every door that we tried, they just closed on us. There was an attempt of a blanket amnesty. There was also delay in prosecuting these cases or doing anything in these cases. And that have really impacted me. Mentally, physically, in any way. Because today, I'm a person with a hip that is giving problems because of the stress that I went through and that I'm still going through. My lady, if you are a single mother and no income and nobody around you, it's very hard. Because even if you're sick, you have to get up. You have just to wipe your tears sometimes and pretend everything is okay. Meanwhile, inside, it is not okay. I struggled a lot, my lady. I was telling my children the other day that, you know, guys, I had to wake up in winter very early in the morning at 5 o'clock, go out in the cold, so that you people will be able to be educated. My lady, after the destroyment of my shop, I thought I was tired of this shop being destroyed every time. I started a catering company, and I did catering for the departments. So sometimes I had to wake up early and come back very late at night. I had to do that because I was a single parent that is caused by the brutality of other people.
Now, in 1999, the Amnesty Committee refused amnesty to most of the persons who had applied for amnesty for crimes associated with the killings of the Cradock Four, including some of those who were on the scene and some who had planned the murders. So these 5 or 6 individuals were available and alive at the time,
Yes.
but over the years they all, one by one, ended up passing away.
Yes.
I believe the last one, Eric Taylor, passed away in 2016.
Yes.
How do you feel about the fact that they could have been pursued over the years but were not?
Well, I feel very disappointed because there was enough time to prosecute or to take them to court. But all of that was delayed. I don't know on what purpose, but it was delayed deliberately because they were there.
Indeed, and I assume that's why you and the other wives and family members from other families around the country launched a case for constitutional damages and a commission of inquiry in January of this year.
Yes, that is why. Right.
Mrs. Kalata, is there anything further you wish to add or bring to the attention of the court?
My lady, I said to Lucanio, my son, I said to him, Lucanio, I would not like to die without getting justice for the death of my husband. I said to him that there must be something that we must do so we can get justice or get closure to what happened to my husband. I know some of the people that did like the actual murders, they are not there anymore. Maybe somewhere, someday, there is somebody who would come up and tell what happened, why, and who. My lady, I will be very, very sad if this court can't bring the means of bringing closure to me before I die. As I say that my husband was everything to me. And the way he passed away, the way he was brutally murdered, my lady, is something that just didn't get out of my head. It's always there, it's hanging there. Even if I wash dishes sometimes normal in my kitchen, it will strike like this. That how could they kill him like that? What did he do that they decided to kill him like that? What was wrong with these people's minds? What was going on in them? I want that to minimize in me. I want to be able to say to my husband, rest in peace. But for now, I can't. It seems as if I say that, I'm denying him. And I don't want to deny my husband. I don't want that. I want him to remain my husband, but this time to be able to say, rest in peace.
Thank you, Mrs. Kalata. We commend you for your courage. No further questions, my lady.
Thank you. Can we proceed, ma'am? Or do you like to take some time, or can we continue?
I can continue.
All right. Mr. Coachman, any questions from the state side?
We have no questions from Mrs. Kalata.
Thank you. From the representative of the family, the Goniwe family and the community, any questions?
No questions from us.
Thank you. Ms. Daisy.
No questions from us.
Mr. Skuman.
No questions.
Thank you.
No questions.
I guess there would be no re-examination in that case then, Mr. Van.
No re-examination, my lady.
Thank you very much for your insight into what happened, what you went through, and everything. Thank you very much. You may be excused.
Thank you.
My lady, with your leave, may we call our next witness to the stand, Tumani Kalata.
Okay, let's limit the movement around court, please. Thank you. Are you ready? Okay. Can you please confirm your full names for the record?
My names are Tumani Kalata.
Do you have an objection to taking the oath? Can you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be nothing but the truth? Thank you. Yes, Mr. Vani?
as the court pleases.
Just try and raise your voice a little bit. It's been difficult to hear what you are saying. I can lip read you saying I do.
All right. Sorry.
Mrs. Kalata, you can pretend that you're in a noisy classroom and you have to project your voice.
It's Miss. Mrs. just left.
Okay. Right, Ms. Kalata.
I will do so.
Yeah. Can we start with some personal details? When were you born?
My lady, I was born on the 8th of August 1985 in Cradock. It was 2 weeks after my father's funeral, or the Cradock Four's funeral. My mom used to tell me that I was supposed to be born between that time of the funeral, right about the 20th, I think, to the 27th of July. But due to the circumstances then, I was then born 2 weeks after the funeral, after the 20th of July.
And can we confirm for the record that you are the daughter of the late Fort Kalata?
Yes, I am the last born daughter of Fort and Nande Kalata.
Right. And you have a statement before you, Ms. Kalata, which you made out recently. It's dated the 27th of May 2025. Do you confirm that this is your statement that you made out?
Yes, I do, my lady.
My lady, my team will remind me of the exhibit number, but I believe it's either
F4.
F4 or F5.
That's how it is marked. Yes.
Now, your birth, Ms. Kalata, came in quite stressful circumstances, and you even point out in your statement the impact that the stress had on you and your mother. Can you explain?
In 1985, my mother was pregnant with me. I believe that on the days that she had just found out that my dad was killed, I completely stopped moving. Babies move in the stomach. They do all kinds of things. And then I had just completely stopped moving. She then was worried that I wasn't moving. Obviously, a mother would be worried at the time as to why the baby has stopped moving. And a day before I was born, which will then be the 7th of August, I bridged. So then they had to, my mom had to undergo a C-section so that I could be born. When I was born, this is my favorite part of the story, obviously. I came out with a peace, holding a peace sign when I was born. To me, that then represented some
A sign.
a sign, yes. Thank you, Judge. A sign for, I wouldn't say for reconciliation, but a sign for peace in my family. Maybe that my birth would bring peace to my mom in some form, or peace to my family in some form, or peace to myself in some form. So, yes, I think I'm going to stop there for now.
And you mentioned in your statement that you were the baby that your father wanted.
Yes. My sister, Dorothy, was born in my maternal grandmother's home. And then my brother, Lukanya, was born in my paternal grandparents' home. And then I was then the baby that was going to be born at our home. I was going to be my mother and my father's first child that they get to raise on their own. And then this was very exciting to my dad, apparently, because he was preparing himself to have this baby at home, the pajama drills, the nappy changing, everything that has to do with raising a child, because previously they had help from their parents. So with my birth, then he would then be a full-on father. And then also what he had wished was that this baby be a beautiful girl that looks just like her mother, and that I am.
You're not suggesting that Dorothy is not beautiful,
No,
as long as you understand.
Well, his wishes were certainly granted.
Yes, they were.
Now, could you help the court get a picture of your life as a young child, growing up without a father figure?
As a young child, first of all, I did not understand what was going on around me. Play was the most important thing to me, and being around my brother all the time, annoying him as a little sister would, that was what was important to me. But then growing up, I started to get, or started to feel things that were unusual. I had feelings of anger. I had feelings where I didn't want to be around anyone at any certain time. Not my mother, not my brother, not anyone. I just wanted to be by myself. I think that was caused by the feelings of uncertainty that I had. I had emotions that I did not know what they were. I couldn't explain them. I thought I was weird when I had these feelings. I had feelings that, which I still do to this day. I have, I wouldn't say I have anger issues. I don't have anger issues. I'm just angry. I'm angry at what had happened to me. I'm angry at what had happened to my father, my mother, my brother, and my sister. These feelings, I think I unintentionally, unconsciously received them from my mother when she was pregnant with me, because she could not grieve her husband. She was told not to cry. She was told not to let out all the feelings that she had after hearing that her husband had died. And I think that I inherited these feelings from her when I was still in her womb. That's why I still cannot get rid of these feelings. It doesn't matter the amount of therapy that I go to. The feelings are still there. I think they are embedded in me because I got them from my mother, because she could not let them out. She could not express them because she had to.
Okay, I'm sure she
Be
has
strong
recounted
for-
what she went through.
Yes, ma'am. Be strong before the enemy.
So now you mentioned in your statement that particularly during the time of the second inquest and also the Truth Commission proceedings, when your mum was away, and you were left alone in Cradock with your brother and sister, you stayed with your grandmother. Just relate that experience to the court.
With the second inquest, I was still very small, and so was my brother. And there was a period of time where I only saw my mom during weekends. From Sunday, I think, to Friday afternoon, we had to stay with my grandmother. That was the time during the second inquest. And then on Friday, she would come back late, late afternoon or early evening. And then on Saturdays, then she would come and fetch us from my grandmother's house, Judge. And then Saturdays, you know, she would be busy preparing. She had to wash our uniforms, make sure everything is fine again, because Sunday then she has to go back to Port Elizabeth. And then my brother and I would then have to go back to my grandmother's for the week, because we had to go to school. That time also for me was not very easy, because I barely saw my mother during the inquest, the second inquest. The first inquest, I was still a baby, so I know nothing of it. But with the second inquest, I used to ask my grandmother, why must she go every time? Sundays were not nice for me, because Sunday meant that my mom has to go again. And then I'll see her on Friday, but not really have time with her, because now she's back. She has to prepare things. She has to make sure all of our things are our washing is clean, our uniform is clean, our shoes are polished, her things are packed. You know, there's not much time to spend with her. And I used to ask my grandmother, "Hoekom moet my mother aan elke Sondag ry?" And then she said, you know, it's to make sure that she finds out the truth about your dad. I was a child, I didn't understand that. It didn't make any sense to me at the time. But now that I am older, I understand what she meant. But then I feel that it was very wrong of the men, all of them, that were involved in the deaths of my fathers, to not just take my father away, but to take my mother away also for some time, physically and emotionally sometimes. And I feel that I deserved to have a childhood, not the one that I had. There was nothing wrong with my childhood, because I didn't know another one. But I could have had a better one, where I would have had both my parents with me at all times.
Ms. Kalata, can you explain the significance of your mother wearing a red jersey during her testimony at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission? The significance for you?
When my mother went to the TRC hearings, again, I was now a little bit older, so I could understand a little bit more. My grandmother, because we used to stay with her as well during that time, she had a little black and white TV, and she only watched two things on her TV. She watched the Afrikaans news at 7, and then she watched Elf. Those are the only things that my grandmother used to watch. But we knew that at 7 o'clock, the news is coming on, and we would sit, and then we would watch. And then on this one day when we were watching, my mom was wearing her red jersey with a little gold thing in front. Now, obviously, the TV was black and white, but I know the jersey that she was wearing. And on that particular day, she had let out a cry, a terrible, terrible cry, during the TRC hearings. And I've always heard and seen my mom cry, but I've never heard her cry like that, or never heard her scream like that. So after I have heard that, I never wanted to see her in that jersey. I never wanted her to wear that jersey, because that jersey then represented the cry that was so very painful. I don't know whatever happened to that jersey. Honestly, Judge, I don't care what happened to that jersey. But I remember that, and for my grandmother, it was not a very pleasant cry that my mother had given that day.
And can we just talk briefly about your choice of study and career once you had completed your schooling?
I have always wanted to be a teacher. Since I was in sub A, now known as grade 1. That's how old I am, Judge. I was in sub A, not grade 1. But when I was in grade 11, grade 12, I had great influence from my brother to study journalism. I then applied at the then Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University to study for a national diploma in journalism. I started in 2004 because I completed my matric in 2003. 2004, I did what they used to call then a bridging course in PR. And then in 2005, I started with my diploma. 2005 and 2006, I think it was it was after the first semester of 2006. It was unfortunate that my mom could not then continue to pay the tuition fee and my accommodation and my travel fees and all the other things that needed to be paid at the time, because as she had mentioned, she was a caterer, but then the jobs weren't coming in as they used to before. So unfortunately, I could then not finish my studies because there was no money for me to finish my studies. I had to go home and be at home with my mom. I would just like to say that I had applied for several bursaries. The one that I remember the gentleman's name. I don't remember his surname, but he was from what they call NSFAS. There was a lady that assisted me at the university to apply telephonically. The gentleman then asked for all of my documents, which I sent through to him. And then when he received all my documents, he then told me that, unfortunately, ma'am, due to your surname, we cannot grant you a bursary.
Today, you're currently a student teacher, I understand.
Yes, yes.
Carrying on the tradition of your father and his predecessors.
Yes. I am a student teacher at Carina's Primary in Cradock. I was assisting in grade R, and I'm currently assisting in grade 2. As I said previously, that it's what I've always wanted to do. And being there now, teaching, is I would say that it is my calling, because it's something that I have always wanted to do and been given the opportunity then to do it again, or to do it now. I am embracing it because I think that my father was a teacher and he was a great teacher. Obviously, as I have heard through the years, the stories. And I feel that by finally fulfilling my dream of becoming a teacher is bringing me closer to him in some sense or in some way. It's something that he was passionate about, and it's something that I am passionate about, which then, yes, that brings me closer to him, that it forms a relationship that we never had, but I know that it's there somehow.
You feel like you're honoring him?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge.
Now, your statement also indicates that during 2014 you started counselling sessions with Bishop Paul Verlaine.
Yes.
Can you explain why you entered those counselling sessions?
I used to be very suicidal, Judge, growing up. And the older I got, the more intense those feelings became, to the point where I once attempted it, but it never succeeded. And then I could not understand all these feelings. I could not deal with them anymore. So then I had started counseling sessions with Bishop Paul Verlaine, where then he had identified that I have depression. It was suicidal, but I have moved past the suicidal part of it now. We still do have sessions because there's too much to handle. I am 39 years old. Yesterday I said that today, in 2 months' time, I'll be 40. It's been almost 40 years that my father has been brutally murdered. But the pain is still there. I don't know him. I will never know him. I want to know him. And the way that I know him is not the way that I want to know him. I don't know what his voice sounds like. I don't know what he smells like. I don't know what he looks like, because not every picture of him is the same. They say that Lucanio looks like him, but then Lucanio has elements of my mom also. So he does not 100% look like him. They say that I have features of him, but I don't look like him. I don't know how tall or how short he was. I don't know how dark or how light he was. I don't know how it feels, and I will never know how it feels to be hugged by my dad. My sister had a chance to dance with him. They had 9 years together. My brother had 3 years. I had none. I didn't even have a minute with him. I had to wait for his funeral to be born. And then the man that killed my father had a very long life with his children. He embraced, I don't know if he had a daughter, but I should think maybe he has, I don't know. But he embraced his children when they were hurt and told them, when you are in my skat papa is, so my papa was nooit daar vir my nie. He had the opportunity to take his children to school and to go and fetch them. I had to walk in the sun in Cradock. Cradock is very hot. I had to walk from my home with my little brother, because we were both small children, to school. And in the cold, it's snowing right now in Cradock. We had to walk to school. My father couldn't drive me because my father wasn't there to do all those things for me. My father couldn't put a plaster when I fell off the bike when my brother was teaching me how to ride a bike. My brother had to ride a bike. My brother had to be my father for the past 39 years. It's unfair to him. It's unfair to me. I also want to experience what other little girls experience with their fathers. It is very unfair what they did.
I was struck by something you said in our consultation. You said, the politics took my father away from me. Can you explain to the court what you meant by that?
When we talk, Judge, about my father at home, I always want to know the type of man that he was, the type of husband that he was, the type of teacher that he was, the type of father that he was. I never want to know what type of political activist he was, because I feel that politics took my father away from me. I understand that he was doing it for us to be where we are today in South Africa, you know, to be free, or for freedom in South Africa, or to make us all equal, to not there be whites only and blacks only or whatever. I understand that. But it took him away from me, and it took him away from me in a very brutal manner. I don't know what it is that he did back then that was so terrible, so horrendous, that they decided not to send him to jail for 27 years, or to ban him out of South Africa, but then to decide to remove him from society on a permanent basis. I am not society, I am his child. So to have him removed from me, Judge, in such a brutal manner, then makes that political side of him something that I do not want to deal with, and I don't have to deal with it if I don't want to. I want to know my father, the person that he was for Kalata at home, within the community, the neighbor, you know, the son, the cousin, the friend, not the political activist.
Lady, it is 1 p.m. Is this an appropriate time for the lunch adjournment?
Do you still have further questions to?
Lady, we are very close to the end.
Okay.
If you wish us to proceed, we
No,
can.
no. I'm not suggesting you should proceed. I thought maybe you were done leading the witness, then we can establish whether there are any questions for her, so that we can excuse her. But if you are not done,
Yeah, Lady, we will need at least about 10 minutes with her. Yeah.
okay, we'll adjourn for lunch until 2:15.
As the court please.
Please remember that you had taken an oath to speak the truth. You're still bound by that oath.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Vani.
As the court pleases. Ms. Kalata, in your statement, you make reference to a book written by your brother titled My Father Died for This. It was published in 2018. Why did you describe that as a turning point in your life?
Reading my brother's book, in many ways answered a lot of questions that I had. Obviously, not all of the questions that I have, but it answered some of the questions, and it also gave me some clarity on what took place, when, how. But obviously, it would never give me the answer as to why. Only those that did would be able to answer why. But the book that he wrote, with the evidence that he had collected, and the documents that he had, and then also in the manner that he wrote the book together with his wife, made so many things a little clearer for me. Also, in the feelings that I had and still have, it sort of managed to help me place some of the feelings. Where do I get it from? Where does it come from? And so on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And you also make reference to what seems to be a very important encounter with the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu in approximately 2006. Why was that encounter with the late Archbishop Tutu so important for you?
It was important for me, Judge, because, he was the only person ever, black or white, that had truly acknowledged the deaths of the Cradock Four. And he came up to me and he said, thank you for sacrificing your father so that we can have the freedom that we have today. That day to me is very important. As I said, he was the only person ever to thank me for my father's life that was taken from him. As much as it meant, and it still means a lot to me that he said thank you, but I would never understand why then my father had to sacrifice his life so that we can live in a democratic South Africa today and claim that we are free, but I am still not free as his daughter after 39 years, almost 40 years. As much as the Archbishop meant what he said, I still feel that it was unfair, and it is still unfair.
And it's not in your statement, but you also mentioned that you had met some of our former presidents, and in particular former President Motlanthe.
Yes.
Anything you want to highlight about your interactions with him?
I have met former President Motlanthe when he was president, and he came to visit Cradock, and we were at the town hall at the time. I have met him on many occasions before, and I had called him SG even when he was president because that's how I called him, and he was fine with it. I'm sure he's still fine with it. The reason why I feel more closely to him is because he also, former President Mandela, when I met him, we greeted, also with former President Thabo Mbeki, also with former President Jacob Zuma, but I did not feel any connection with them as I did with SG. Because I felt that he knew me by name. He knew my name was Tumani. He knew how to pronounce my name. He knew my background. He knew where I came from, who I am. I never felt that the other former presidents, not that they didn't care, but I never felt that they ever took the time to know who I really am. And the fact that the former President Mukante would ask how I am, how are you, Tumani? You know, how are you doing? How are you feeling? The last time I saw him, I was obviously a bit smaller, a bit younger, but I've grown up. And then he acknowledged that, oh, you're becoming a big girl now, you're even wearing high heels. It was something that, it was like a sort of like a connection, like how maybe, like my father would have acknowledged me somehow, you know? But, oh, you're becoming a big girl now, hey, you're wearing high heels, you know? It's for someone that knew my father on a personal level, to also learn or to get to know me also on a personal level, that meant, and it still means a lot to me till today.
Now, you mentioned in your evidence this morning that the security police, the authorities, you know, they could have taken other forms of action against your father. And you say in your statement that they could have charged him and have convicted, jailed him. They could have used draconian laws like the Internal Security Act and the emergency regulations. They could have detained him on an indefinite basis without having to charge them. Now, given that in the end they decided to murder him, what did that tell you about their approach to your father and the Cradock Four?
Having all these other options in hand, I don't understand why the final decision would have been to kill them or to permanently remove them from society, where they had all these other avenues they could have taken. They were not just political activists. They were fathers, they were husbands, they were sons, they were cousins, they were uncles. I would have, I don't know. Like I said, some questions, sorry, will never be answered. So in me asking why, was it so important for them to remove my father and the other three comrades? Why couldn't they find, or why couldn't they have taken them to Robben Island? It's far away from everyone.
Yes, the witness has already made that point. I don't know whether you want to ask the question again.
Yes. Milady, I think she dealt with it adequately. Unless there's anything you wish to add further, can we move on?
Yes, sir.
As a conclusion. Ms. Kalata, you make reference to the political interference that stopped the investigations and potential prosecutions against the perpetrators behind the murders of the Cradock Four. And you make quite a powerful statement at paragraph 27 of your statement, where you say that the prosecutors who succumbed to the political interference should have had the courage and backbone to stand up to the interference and do what is right.
Yes.
Why did you make that statement?
I feel that no one is above the law. No politician, no one is above the law. And if there was, or if there is any political interference, I think that the NPA should have stood their ground then and said no. These cases have to go on because these families want justice served. They want closure to this particular matter. It has taken so long, and if there is if there's a way for us to move forward and to finally get the justice that the family so deserves, then let us do so. Because I believe that some or even most of the people that were involved were still alive at the time. And for us as families, I know that if these matters were dealt with earlier on, I wouldn't be standing here today in the third inquest of my father and his comrades' murders.
Ms. Kalata, before I close your evidence in chief, is there anything you wish to add or bring to the attention of the court?
Judge, I would just like to say that this inquest means a lot, not just to me, but to my mother and Mrs. Mhlauli. I know that in the first two inquests that they had, they never got a chance to be part of the inquest as they are now. And I would also like to add that Unyani Sokoniwe said the other day when we were in the shuttle driving back to where we are currently staying, he said that to him it is to think that it is us now that are attending an inquest after so many years, after watching, after growing up and watching our mothers attend inquests and TRT proceedings, and now it is it's us, it's our turn, and it shouldn't have been that way. And that meant a lot to me what he had said, because it shouldn't have been that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
No further questions.
Mr. Coltman, any questions?
No questions.
Any questions from
No questions from us.
you?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Kalata.
Judge.
You may step down, you are excused. Mr. Vanu?
Lady, our next witness is Dorothy Kalata. My learned junior, Mr. Solomon, will be leading her.
I don't want to raise an objection at this stage. Just want to express a view. Isn't there a possibility to shorten proceedings that we may be agree to the handing in of the affidavits provided by Mr. Barney's team to us, and thereby save a lot of time? We're going through evidence that, and I don't want to suggest that the version
Stefan, if
should
you
not
can
be
take a
before
seat.
you, but it's emotional, but it doesn't really contribute to Section 16 findings that you have to make. And certainly I will advise my clients, and I have no doubt other counsel will do the same, to admit the statements as part of the record without going through days of evidence in this regard. I just raise it as a possibility in order to save valuable court time in this regard, my lady.
Okay. Do other counsel want to address that now, or do you want to think about it? It does sound to be a valid suggestion.
Milady, I take a little exception to the proposal that the family members, or at least their evidence, be truncated. We have set aside this time
Then
for
I think the suggestion is that the statements should be handed in, and should any party have any questions to ask the witness, I'm sure that would be open to them.
Well, in fact, the statements were circulated a week and a half back, Milady. They have been in the possession of my learned friends. But Milady, from the perspective of the families, they would want an opportunity to speak about the impact of the murders on them. And indeed, this has been the practice in all the reopened inquests. And we would be a bit concerned if this inquest made a departure from that practice.
What about the fact that the statements will be a part of the evidence?
Yes, indeed. The statements are part of the evidence. And it is within the court's discretion to decide whether further evidence is needed. But as I understand, Milady has already taken the decision that the family witnesses testify.
Thank you, Mr. Vani.
As the
Can I
court
hear
pleases.
other parties? Mr. Coltman?
Lady, I support Mr. Silia's suggestion on this matter.
Lady, we have no submissions. We are in the hands of the court.
My lady, we are of the view that the witnesses should testify, particularly our witnesses who will implicate other parties. So I don't think we can agree to that suggestion. Thank you.
Maybe there's a misunderstanding, my lady.
Yes.
I think Mr. Silia and I are both of the opinion that we're not objecting to statements made where people could be implicated. Not at all. Only where it's not like the last witness. We have sympathy and we know it's a unpleasant experience, but as Mr. Silia said, it does not really serve a purpose. We can accept the statements and we are heartfelt too with them, Your Worship. My lady.
It has been a recurring complaint, if I may refer to it as such, that in previous inquests, the family or even community members didn't have an opportunity to express their views or let the court know of how they felt or how they were impacted by the killing of the 4 persons who are subject of these inquests. In my view, therefore, it is important that they should be heard as they are being heard now. But I will suggest, if possible, Mr. Vani, if you can, not to go through the statement almost line by line or paragraph by paragraph, because from what I understand from the other parties is that most of what is contained in the statements is not in dispute. Perhaps if you can highlight the silent features or parts of the statement, it would assist.
Yes, Milady. Indeed, with the exception of the first witness who we called in order to relate the full story of the Cradock Four, we're not repeating the evidence that he has put up. And to the best of my knowledge so far, we're only highlighting salient aspects and allowing the witness to elaborate if he or she needs to do so, but as the court pleases.
Can you please state your names for the record?
My name is Dorothy Kalata. I've got one name.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is nothing else but the truth? If you do, just raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Ms. Kalata, can you please assist this court of explaining who you are?
As I said, I'm Dorothy. I'm the firstborn daughter of Nande and Fort Kalata. A qualified clinical psychologist. I've got, I think, about more than 20 years of experience in the field now. I'm currently a student who's doing a PhD studies on the narratives, the intergenerational narratives of the Cradock Four, political orphans, which is our group, and I've named the widows, the political widows. So I've actually taken a stop of work as a clinical psychologist in Bembe district, Limpopo, to go and study our families. And part of why I did that was the cries of the widows often. And that has actually pushed me to do that work.
We've heard about Fort Kalata, the activist, the husband. Could you take us through who he was as the father?
Well, I was 9 years old when my father died. So I've lived with him. I've experienced him as a father from childhood. When I was born, they were young, loving teenagers. And so I was born while my mother still stayed at her household. And my father was a very present father. I have very vivid memories of me being carried between Mikhosdal and Lingelihle to the Kalata house, my grandparents' house. My father was very warm as a person. He was an empath. He taught me a lot of the things that I know. Because my mom worked at the hospital, he would be there as a teacher because he came out earlier from work. I get pained when I learn about parents abusing their children, because my father was such a loving father that he was almost like the primary caregiver in the absence of my mother. He taught me how to wash myself. And for me, that is something that is very big. Somewhere in the statement I wrote about how my father used to put oil on my scalp and how significant that is for me, even when I think about it in religious ways. He was not only kind to us, he was kind to other children within the family as well. And as I've learned, he was also a peacemaker, even within the Kalata family. So you know, the day before my father died, he danced with us, physically danced. And at some point he said to me, let's swap partners. You dance with Lucanio and then I can dance with your mother so that I can have an opportunity to dance with Tumani. And on the day I got married, Judge, I danced with my mother. And the song that played was Dance with My Father. And so how I really wished at the time that I could have danced with my father, because he was the type of father who was going to take pride in me doing what is right. So my father was warm and loving and kind. And I still have a picture of that type of love that he had. One of the memories were also shortly after prison. You know, he wanted us to have a bond. And he was very playful. And I remember making a joke to the team to say, my father played hide and seek with me in the kitchen. And I remember because he had gained a bit of weight in prison, so he would get stuck under that chair. And it's one of the things I could relate to my siblings who could not remember how he was. It may seem irrelevant, probably, to some people. But every time I have to make mince balls, I think of my father. Because he wanted to make a meal for my mother. And we kept failing to make the mince balls. Each time we put these balls in the pan, they would just fall flat. And at the end of the day, when my mom came back and we had this rich soup, and she wanted to know what we were doing, so we said, we're making mince balls, but we had forgotten to put the main ingredient, which is bread. And up until today, I do not forget to put bread in mince balls because that's something that I had learned from my father. So my father was loving and kind. And the big thing I shared with him was his love for music. He had a band. And this band was in the yard of my grandmother's house. And I used to sing with him from a very young age on the band. And those Wednesdays when my father goes away to the meetings, he would come back and I would have a recorded version of the pop show ready for him. And we would sit and go through the pop show and view new songs and things. And I remember one day when he identified that Jonathan Butler would go far as a musician. So he was that type of a father, loving, caring, warm, and kind. And he was a religious person because my father would go to church twice. He went to the Anglican church, and there was a church in front of my home, and he would go there and attend that church as well. And one of the things he also taught me was confidence, because he would get up. If the priest says something wrong, my father would raise his hand and say, that's not how it should be, or that's not what the Bible says. So that's it. Yeah.
And Ms. Kalata, when you make reference to your statement, is it the statement of 27th May 2025? The statement in front of you?
Yes, it is.
Can you confirm the contents of that statement?
Yes, I can confirm the contents of the statement.
Milady, for your record, it's Exhibit F3. Now, Ms. Kalata, I want to speak about the last memories of your father. Specifically, we know that the Cradock Four went on the 27th of June, 1985 for a meeting. But that evening, you had an experience.
As a child, I used to have premonitions of death. It was something that was scary for me because it would be more like a feeling I would develop when I was not going to be able to see the person again. And it was, I would react to it by crying and having a lot of pain and the symptoms that other people have when they've lost somebody. It would just come to me before. And on that morning of the 27th of June, I was standing with my father at the door before he left. I was hanging over the half door in the kitchen, leaning over, and he was standing next to me, leaning over on the other side. And he was busy reminding us that my mother should go to the doctor's appointment. We should not forget about that. But for some reason, there was a very great heaviness before he left, and he did something unusual. He had forgotten his jacket. So after he left, although they were late, he came back again to come and pick that up. And there was a morbidity, that he left me with. And then I dreamt that evening that my father was burning. And eventually died. So when he was not coming back, and my mother was pacing up and down on the stoop, it was difficult to relate that dream to her. Because as a child, you're hoping that he's going to come back, despite what the dream says. And I also think maybe it was due to that alertness that I could have noticed the picture of the Honda on that morning of the 29th.
And to confirm, Mr. Rata, the picture of this Honda, your mother in her evidence this morning mentioned that it was in a newspaper in which you showed her.
Yes, I was the one who used to deliver the newspapers. Particularly, I had to deliver the paper to the reverend of the Methodist Church around the corner. And so, as you carry newspapers, obviously you can see what is on the front page. And I've seen the car before I left, but I did not raise it to my mother. Only upon my return did I tell her that she needs to sit down, and I told her that it was the Honda that was on the picture. And I remember she even mumbled about the number plate. Are you a number plate, Le? This is not the number plate. This is not. But I insisted that she needed to sit down and see that it was the Honda. By then, if I may add, I've known the Honda very well. We used to tease that the one Honda could drive itself between Kina at the Goniwes to my home. So there was no ways I would miss the car, because that car really, really was always at my home. We knew it very, very well. Lukhanyo was very good with cars, so he would, even if he just woke up from his sleep, he would say the Honda is coming by listening to the engine of the car. So we knew it very well.
And did you attend the funeral?
Yes, I attended the funeral. By then, I was already like a second parent in the house, because when my father was incarcerated from about 1984, then I had the responsibilities at home. I had to step in and become an adult. And when I started, I said that I was 9 when my father died, but I was 10 when he was buried. And my birthday, to me, always marks the significance of the death of my father. It marks it because on that day, my mother was so focused on the process of the death herself that she forgot that it was my birthday. And from childhood, I made a big hoo-ha about my birthday, always. And my father always celebrated my birthday. So it was a big thing for me, because then it was clear that he was not going to be there. And what was also very sad about that period was that they could not be buried. With us, we know that the burial takes place within a week. But with them, it was more than 3 weeks. because at the time they waited for results of forensic assessments because their bodies needed to be identified. And that was just a long waiting period. And I also have to state I prefer to be late at places than coming early and having to wait. There's something that waiting does to me. I cannot wait because I feel that waiting, you wait in vain for things because I've waited for so long for my father to return and he never returned. I've waited for his justice to come. It took forever. So I do not like waiting. And because I don't like waiting, I would rather get there when things are moving so that I don't have to wait unnecessarily.
Can we move down the timeline to 1997, where you had an encounter with Mr. Eric Taylor?
I met Mr. Taylor in 1999, actually. I wasn't there at that meeting with him and my mother. I met him at the dealers here in Port Elizabeth, the VW dealer. We took a car for service. When I arrived there, we were making a joke about the car that looked like ours that was parked in front of us. And naturally, we waited for the people who were driving the car to get off the car, and Mr. Taylor got off the car. He got off the car at the same time that my mother was getting out of our car. And my mother said, "Nangu Taylor." And she called him, "Taylor?" And then he saw her, and he said, "Mrs. Kalata." And when she was busy calling, say, "Come, come, come," he was already coming towards us. My mother introduced me to him, and he turned around and he said to me, "I know who you are." And he reached out his hand. I shook his hand, and I was shocked to see him because he looked like my biology teacher from school. And at the time, you know, apartheid was very complicated. At the time, I stood there and I asked myself, could it be that my biology teacher was my father's killer? Because Mr. Taylor looked like my biology teacher. And so I looked at him for an extended period of time because I was trying to see if he was my biology teacher or if he was the killer. And he started talking to me. And he told me how sorry he was. And then he literally asked for forgiveness. So I told him that I had forgiven the killer of my father before I knew who it was. And I said to him, but now that there is a face to the killing, we need to talk about it. Because at the time I was about to embark on, I think, my master's. So I said to him, I've been accepted into master's psychology. I'm going to study humanity. When I understand a little bit about the complicated nature of a human being, I would like us to talk and finish this business between us. And he agreed to say we need to have that conversation, and I agree that we can talk, and I will tell you everything you need to know. I will even tell you why your father had to be killed. And he said, when I buy my children clothes, I think of who's buying you clothes. When I feed my children, I think of who is feeding you. And he said, you know, we recently had a birthday. On that cake, I could only see blood. I couldn't see the birthday cake because it was almost as if your father was asking me who's celebrating my children's birthdays. And he said to me, please know that I do not have peace. I always think about you. Even before I eat every day, I think, what are you guys eating? And I think it was just shock because I said to him, oh, well, you can see, Mos, I do eat. Yes, my mom. But he had a lot to say. And he was certain that he might be in prison by the time we have that conversation. Because he said it explicitly that you may actually have to come and visit me in prison for us to have the conversation. It is unfortunate that he died without ever having to be in prison for the killing that he, even with me, he blatantly acknowledged. He said, I am the man who had hit the final blow that killed your father. It's unfortunate that he never had to go to prison for that. And if I can just state that Tumani, who was here now, when I interviewed her for the study that I was referring to, she didn't want people to be punished and go to prison, Her justice would have been to touch the arm of Eric Taylor, because Eric Taylor's hand was the hand that beat that final blow onto my father. And we had not known that he was not alive. We learned in 2020, when I was doing the interviews and trying to make this meeting a possibility between Tumani and Mr. Eric Taylor, that he had actually died. And it was another sad experience. Once more, she had to mourn not only the loss of my father, but the loss of Eric Taylor as well.
And the studies that you mentioned to Eric Taylor, did you ever pursue it?
Yes, I did. I studied psychology, I became a psychologist. I think in my master's I did something with regards to neuro, because I wanted to really understand how human beings' brain works. And then, like I said, after many years of work, I was bothered by the tears of the widows. And I was bothered by us, the children. All of us are workaholics. It's almost as if we're trying to prove something to the world of how much we can do. It's almost like we embody the works that were done by our fathers, and we want to repeat and continue with the legacy. And I wanted to know what that was about. And like I've already said, I've studied these intergenerational narratives. And that's when I learned, through the interviews with the widows. I interviewed the widows. That's when I've learned of the pain that they have not even spoken about in spaces like the TRC. What is very clear from the study, although I have not finished writing, is that there's clear trace of intergenerational trauma. And what is new that comes from us, unlike the studies of the Nazis, because of the fact that we were existing by the time our fathers died, the intergenerational trauma is transmitted circularly, meaning we traumatize our parents, and our parents' trauma traumatizes us. So it's a circular thing. Our parents cry because we cry. We cry because they cry. And I think it's something that people have experienced even here in court. On the first day, everybody was sobbing when Lucanio cried, because he's usually the strong one. And the minute he cried, he broke everybody's tears. So the study shows very clearly that as much as we are healthy individuals, there is very deep intergenerational trauma that has been transmitted within these families and, to an extent, the larger population.
And in your statement, you mentioned that one of your interviewees was the late Mrs. Goniwe.
Yes.
Did you have that opportunity to interview her?
Yes, I did. I had the opportunity to interview Mrs. Nyameka Goniwe and Mrs. Nonzwakazi Goniwe, who have lived with Nobuzwe here in Port Elizabeth. The one, because of Sis Nyami, with hers was very short. It was during the time of COVID. The Mrs. Goniwe, who shared a lot, was Mrs. Goniwe here in Port Elizabeth.
And based on those interviews, were there other findings that you would like to share?
Yes. Mrs. Goniwe Senior was the person that the Cradock Four used to visit. As you would have heard, milady, that Professor Swartz was talking about how they did not have means at the time when they were delivering the services for the UDF. They used to go to her always after they had those meetings. And she used to offer them food. And one of the things that she noticed was their smiles when she hands this food over to them. And on the day of the funeral, she was the one family member who was at Vanchi, and Vanchi, who is the funeral undertaker. And she went in to oversee the preparation of the bodies. And she, even at the time, she broke down because of the state in which the bodies were in. But she had managed to identify the bodies on their dentures because of the smiles that used to thank her when she provides them food. But she was so troubled by that memory of the state in which she had found the bodies. And she remembered how she was the one who informed the families that the bodies should not be viewed because of the state in which they were in. Yeah.
Thank you. Speaking about those experiences, one of the things that you deal with is your recollection of police raids at your family home.
Yes.
Can you take the court through those experiences?
So the police what, Mr. Solomon?
Police raids.
Raids.
The police raids were terrible. Very. I was sleeping awake this morning at 3. That is my time to wake up every day. Those were the hours of the raids. And as a child who had to protect your family, you would have to listen to all sounds. So I think biologically my body started sensing danger before it could actually arrive. So many a times I would be awake before they have to start knocking because they came at particular times. And when I wake up, I would alert our neighbors that they have arrived. Because at the time, it was very clear that what the police wanted to do in their brutality, it was just to stamp their authority. If they were supposed to hurt you, whether you were a child, they were going to hurt you. So they would come into the house and mess up absolutely everything. At the time, also due to their terror, in our house had a toilet facility that was outside. So there was what was supposed to be a bathroom in the building of the house. And that's where the stock of the store stayed. And we used to have a little bucket in the room so that we don't have to go outside for us to use in the evenings to relieve ourselves. For number one, basically, we used to urinate in that bucket. If they want to, they would kick that thing when they come in. So to preserve our dignity, I would wake up and I would take that bucket out and go and pour it out so that the neighbors would know. And I used to sing, Judge. I would sing very loud so that people can hear kuti bakhona. They didn't always come with noise. They were not always noisy. They would come and park the hippo very far and walk on foot with big guns. I mean, I've always been short. I've been a short child. They would be giants in my eye with those big guns coming to intimidate a woman and 3 children at night and mess up absolutely everything. You know, they would look for my father sometimes and look for him in the pot. Open up the pot to say, vase, vase. That's how destructive they were. Those raids were very, 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 very disruptive. Very. They would come and they would open wardrobes, kick them open sometimes. You know, my mother is a very neat somebody. So when my father was in prison, she wanted to really show him that things were not that difficult with us. So she tried and put, these nice built-in wardrobes that when he comes, the home must be presentable. They would kick those doors of those wardrobes. There's a baby in the house. They would take the blankets, the baby blankets, and throw them on the floor and just walk over, trample over those things. The raids were terrible. I think if I sum it up like that, the raids were terrible. They were. And I wanted to defend my family against that. So at times, whilst my mother would be busy opening the gate, maybe for them, if they did not decide to jump over the fence, I would get out of the window of my room and call on the neighbors to alert the neighbors that they are there. And the derogative statements, the things that they said. When they left, whatever they touched, I would go and touch and double check. We had a vase in front there would always be pens there. I think they were recording. I would break those pens, until somebody once said, you must maybe just take them and go throw them far away, because what if it's a bomb? And then I thought, okay, what if it's a bomb? So I would take the pen, as they leave, go and throw it far away from the house, because they wanted to hurt you so much. And when they came, there was one that I've known very well, Mr. Fushia. I have even stopped being afraid of him. I was afraid initially, but I stopped becoming afraid of Mr. Fushia. I would open the door and let him in. At times, we would even ask them to come in. When you open the door, you say, come in, and wait for them to do their disruptive things and leave, because they were a scene that was there every day. And today, my understanding is that you do sometimes get conditioned even to things that are traumatizing you. in a way.
Now, with these events, did they happen before or after the death of your father, or both?
The raids were there before. They were there during the period of the death. We moved to the Kalata house. And when you come home, you'll find things were messed with. They were worse after my father died for a number of years. I was a child, yes, but I schooled there. My life was also messed up by the Bantu education system. I was at a primary. We had to stop being from one primary, being taken over to another primary that was called a higher primary, and teachers were moved around to accommodate what they, on their own, were trying to do. I was a small child when I was 10, and we had to be beaten by big men from hippos at school. Get in, close the gate of the school to come and beat us with shamboks at school. So we had to learn to run from danger at that young age. So by the time they came to my home, I was sick and tired of them because I had to fight with them from school. And so I would also have to deal with them. And then I had to become, as they would often say, hardegat when they refer to me, because that is what they taught me to be hardegat. It just means hardened, I think, if I translate it to English. So the raids didn't stop when my father died. They became worse, actually, because I think by then they were targeted to hurt my mother. And I know in the one interview, Mrs. Mkonto narrated to me how shocked they were to find an identity book that was, which Sparrow had left with the ID book, and then they picked up this ID book in the toilet at their home after they died, like after they disappeared, because they had access to come into your house and just do as they please. So it was easy for them to throw that thing away there because they were there. They could come at any time, in the morning, at night, during the day, when they felt like coming, they would come.
Mr. Kalata, I want to move to your personal quest for justice. You mentioned in your statement about the several meetings you had with the law authorities. Please, can you deal with that?
We had recently had meetings with the NPA in our journey towards seeking justice. The meetings that came before, was it after the inquest was suggested, those meetings were very difficult to attend. Because many a times it felt like responsibility was being shifted. Sometimes even back to the hands of the family members, where we had shared how and where some information, how the NPA could get some information when certain things were asked. There were meetings when there were heated discussions. I remember this one time I had to even mediate between Lucanio and the NPA members because it was about, I do not want to sound harsh, but it felt like there were issues about lack of initiative and lack of competence with regards to the work that is being done with the case. And those were difficult experiences because you would expect that after such a long time, and for this case having been as difficult as it was, and the journey that the families through Lucanio have walked with the NPA, by now things would have been handled better or in order. And unfortunately, it was not the case. However, I have to state that as much as we didn't understand initially, when a suggestion was made for us to have an inquest, we do appreciate the process of the inquest.
And before we conclude, this has been a journey of 40 years. What impact has it had on you?
If if I may just project that answer to what I've asked Lucanio was to say, what's going to happen to you after you get justice? Because his life is comprised of seeking justice for my father. I think for me, from that age of 10 years, I've already mentioned that I had to become a parent. But I see myself as a healer. And that's why I ventured into psychology, probably because I understood what it was to carry pain for others. So as painful as this journey has been, my reaction to it was to turn it into a career. I guess it was my way of dealing with my trauma. Maybe feeling that if I help others to carry their trauma, it is going to heal me. And often in therapy as well, when people are struggling with their pain, I can sit comfortably and listen because I would feel that I've gone through my own journey of pain. However, my journey of pain is an unending one. And that is why I can identify myself as an orphan. In a few weeks' time, I'll be turning 50. Nobody is an orphan at the age of 50. But I'm a political orphan because I have to deal with a death that is never coming to an end. I have to deal with a death that is recognized by politicians when it is convenient for them to win elections. And I have to deal with a death that is currently in this court being denied. Our statements are seen as sentimental, emotional, you know. Yes, it's a reality that we had to live with. I would probably have become something else if my father was not killed in the manner in which he was killed. But because I had to deal with pain, my career ended up being one that deals with pain. My pain and the pain of others. So this death had a great impact on me. Thanks to psychology, maybe, that I'm healthy. I don't walk around with guns shooting people, you know, or I don't walk around with guns bombing spaces. Never done it, even in the past when it was difficult. Never felt like shooting even the fushia that I was referring to. I was just harder to say, "Wat soek jy?" But I never thought of killing anybody. thanks to my father who brought me up well, that despite him being killed brutally, as a very loving and kind person, a death that he did not deserve, but I never wanted to retaliate. I know where Taylor's children are. I know exactly where they are. The only thing that I feel we will do after everything would probably be to sit around the table and say, your father did this, whilst my father did that, and see if there can be grounds of reconciliation. I don't want their clients to go to prison because Papa wag. So we don't want those things to happen to them. But we want the truth. We want them to at least give us, in a decent manner, tell us what they know about what transpired in 1984, 1985. That's all we want. That is what is going to be justice for us. So we came here with the curiosity to get the truth. That is what justice is going to be. And if this court process was the manner in which people can be called in so that they can speak, then so be it. So as much as I'm hurt, I would still like to know the truth. And I'm not bitter. I just want to know the truth.
Kalata, thank you very much. Lady, those are the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Any questions for Ms. Kalata?
No questions.
Any questions? Mr. Skuman? Thank you, Ms. Kalata. You're excused. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Vani.
Lady, that actually concludes the evidence for today. We will circulate a revised draft schedule, the balance of our witnesses for the week so that everybody's on the same page. We'll try to email that to yourself and the parties during the course of this evening.
How many more witnesses do you intend to call?
Let me just speak with my team, but I believe it's in the region of 7 witnesses. I beg your pardon, my lady, 6 witnesses.
All right, we call it a day for today. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
As the court please.
All right.